But what you want, yes, you go on YouTube and you type in how to learn an American accent. Now, please know there are different kinds of American accents. The major ones are going to be the Northeast, the South, the Midwest, and the West. The one that has the least accent is likely the West. The other ones have their own distinct accent. Even different cities have accents. New York has an accent. Chicago has an accent. Los Angeles has an accent. So even different cities have accents. Which one has slang? Uh, they all have slang. They all have individual words that they use that identify them as a certain regional speaker. Really, if you want to learn how to speak like a rapper, how to rap, or how to speak very quickly, the best thing to do is listen to rap music that's very fast, listen to fast rappers, and use karaoke, like where they put the words on the screen, and just sing karaoke to it. So here's a there are some very fast rappers in the United States. Twista is a very fast rapper. Um, okay, so then what you want to do is type in E double karaoke, and so like for instance, I can pull it up on my phone. No, Busta Rhymes is a fast rapper. Eminem, do you know who Eminem is? Okay, so what you yes, I like his music. That's a good song. Absolutely. Okay, so just one moment, and I'll find you an E double video that will help you to speak like him. Do you know the E double song "What It Do"? Do you know the E double song "I Be a King"? Okay, great. So then what you want to do is you want to look up lyric videos. I'm going to send you one. Exactly. But the words are on the screen. So you know what they're saying, and then you just read them, and you do it and you practice. Absolutely. Lyric videos will help you a lot because it allows you to see the word that they're saying, especially in rap. It's very difficult to hear what. Excellent. Excellent. You're welcome, my friend. Pardon me. Would you, if I overhear you guys say something that is not accurate in English, would you want me to correct you? Excellent. It's not how is it called, it's what is it called. What? Yes. That's all. Excellent. No, no, no. Let me just say, you guys have excellent English. Excellent. Like I can, you guys are going to be beautiful. Just a couple tweaks here and there, and you'll sound much more like native speaker. That's all. Hey, that's okay. That's okay. Good job. Do I know ketchup song? No, I don't know that song. Halloween? Okay. Okay. Hey, how you doing, Pimp? Where you been, big dog? I got you. Very well. That one guy. Oh boy. Still spamming like a motherfucker, of course. Pardon me. All day, every day. Um, we've got that one guy who was in the fishbowl server. You know what? So I just basically decided I'm gonna make that bitch my own, and so I've got three different. Yeah, nobody's in them, and I get that. That's how that's what happens. I'm too much at once. They're like, whoa, 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 but then eventually they'll be like, oh, it's just Rabbi hanging out in here, whatever. So with those servers, I run into this issue where um my okay, so I have like I have a lot of devices, but they're not all that advanced. Kind of they're older, and if I get too many, if they have too many video um people with their cameras on in a certain VC, it causes the device to crash or the browser at least to crash. So um what I have to do is I've got one of them on a timer that every like 29 minutes it just restarts. It like leaves the VC and comes back. And so I've got one doing that, and then the other two, I want them in rooms where nobody is. So I just have this omnipresence there, but if because if too many people join it, then the device crashes or the browser crashes. Um, in in other in other news, so this is so frustrating me, Catherine. Say for like a week at least. I have this projector that I use a lot. And I mean, when I say a lot, it's been on like 24/7 for, like 9 months straight. More than that, 11 months straight, something like that. Anyway, and just recently when I would turn it on, it would pop and then not work. Now I could at points get it to kind of work for like maybe an hour or two, but that doesn't help me. I need it to be on all the time. If not, it's just a big blank wall behind me, which is fine. I mean, I could put up like some kind of messaging, but I like it that people can see from all my streams what I'm watching. So yeah, and I'm like, I don't want to have to buy another one because I might just run into the same issues or whatever. I want to keep costs low. Um, so I was so frustrated with this thing. Like, I mean, for like hours, I would just mess around with it, plug it in, unplug it, blow into it, like, and it would just pop. It just turns on and pops and it's done. Okay, so I thought at points I could get it to work for like, I don't know, 30 seconds, sometimes as long as like 30 minutes, but then pop and it's just done. And I just like kind of on a fluke, absolutely on a fluke. I was so frustrated. I was going to take this thing and run it underwater. Like, just, I know that doesn't work with electronics, but I figured, like, I don't know, maybe I can run it underwater, it'll get all the dust off it or something, and then I just let it dry perfectly, and like that. I know that's not going to work, but if it's broken, it's broken, and I have no chance. But I'm like, no, I'll, I'll just, like, I'll figure something out. So I go to turn it on, and I go to the settings, and I thought, you know what? I never knew this was a setting, but there's a brightness setting. And I go, okay, so I'm going to turn the brightness down on it. And it worked all night, and it's working now. So that's really great. I mean, it's not as bright, but I don't care. It can tell, it just shows, like, what I'm streaming. So, um, I'm very happy about that. What else do we have going? Um, that's the big two things. I mean, nothing too, um, what's new in your neck of the woods? All right. Um, I had a guy who has been wanting to do a podcast with me, and so like last night, like at midnight, yeah, he's like, hey, are you busy? I'm like, just come into the server, come into my Discord, and we'll do it. Or just let me know when you're ready or whatever. She's like, okay. And this is like, I'm like waiting for him. I wait like 15 minutes. I wait like 30 minutes. I'm, okay, well, fuck it, man. I'm going to bed. So I go to bed. He comes in at 2 in the morning and he's like, hey, you're not here. Dog, come on. If you're asking me, hey, are you busy right now? Right now means like within 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes, something like that. Um, it doesn't mean 2 hours later. So I'm going to do that guy's podcast. It's just, I don't know where he's located, if we're not on the same time or whatever. I'm not too sure what exciting things he may have, but yeah, I excellent word, dog. I don't know. I should have asked him, hey, can you send me your podcast, your previous podcast or whatever, so I know uh, just a little like where I can find it and everything, and to do exactly that. But um, yeah, where my thought is, I really need they're like they're yeah, exactly. All they have to do. I mean, I tried out quote unquote for Fishbowl. What does that mean? I made a video to the people there, and I was like, hey, I'm like the perfect person for this. Um, I mean, like I've had my whole life. At the time, it was like just 3 years, but I've been live streaming 24/7. You can watch my whole life, and they were. I got a kind of mean message, not from them, but from somebody who like said that they knew someone from there, and they're like, yeah, they're never gonna pick you or something like that. I was like, okay, well, I mean, that's fine. That's that's not my thing. I mean, the thing about Fishbowl, as I understand, is you get voted off, and um, my thing is I want to be on there as much as possible. Now, and it's just kind of the the sway of the masses. Like, you may be really popular week one, but if you're not popular week two or three, then you could be voted off or whatever. And I don't want to have to sit there and just be mean to people or be, like um, purposefully uh, purposefully creating content just to be able to stay on for a couple more weeks. I don't know exactly how it works. I don't know where it's located, but I'm sure I'd have to travel there. So there's that kind of consideration. But I'd be willing to do that or figure out something to be able to go where they are. But I just don't want to do that for like a week and then be sent home or whatever. And I do know that they don't allow you to use. Well, from what I understand, they don't allow you to use um, devices. So you can't like listen to music or you can't watch like copyrighted stuff. So it's kind of like Big Brother, which is fine. I'd be fine with that. But I think I'd be kind of bored if I can't use that kind of stuff. But that's fine. I mean, I guess you just interact with people. I haven't watched too much of it because from what I've understood, it's like behind a paywall. So, have you ever watched it? Yeah. I mean, I think it is because of that paywall. Um, so, but I don't even need to go on that show for these people, like for this to be big. The people who are just interested in fishbowl content will, because they're kind of trolls in their own way. They like to, I don't know, just like learn about people or get really in depth into people's lives. And so I'm like, hey, why go on Fishbowl when I will literally make your fucking server my Fishbowl if you let me? And that guy has been really, really nice. All the accounts that I put in there, usually people are like, yeah, you can't have multiple accounts in here, dude. That's not fair. Like, okay, well, you just told me. I understand. I'm not saying that it. I'm just trying to get any edge that I can. And but no, he made those accounts um admins in his server. So it's like, oh wow, he likes me. Um, and I've gotten some people who've just asked me. a couple questions in there, nothing too major, but in my opinion, it's just about length of time that I'm there. Just continue to be there, and eventually they'll be like, "Hey, dude, we have our own fucking fishbowl right now. We can get this person in contact with the right people." Or just like that guy did, he goes into a server and shares information about me or learns about me in a certain way. It's all about networking. So I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. And um, my my issue really, and it's a good issue to have, is that they have so many people with video cameras on, or their video on in the VC, pardon me, that uh, it overwhelms my devices, and so that's that's a good thing. Um, and I just know that like eventually they'll come to me and be like, dude, we want to talk to you, unmute, undeafen, or whatever, and that's all I need to do. Exactly. I'm not going to force myself on them and be like, hey, do you mind if I share information about my, when they're in the middle of some other conversation? It's about mere exposure effect. And pretty soon I'll become like a mascot there, just like I did in Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu, and I've done in other Discords. So, I'm pretty happy with that. As for, oh, I was saying like there are multiple ways that I could go viral. There's still, Twitch, which is always kind of like, yeah, exactly. Um there are people who, you know, I don't even pay attention to these bots a lot of times, and they're still going. And an interesting thing that's happening is even if my spam, sometimes people put on some kind of guard or something. I really think that they ban like the term rabbi in some of them, so that when you type the word rabbi, it says due to the moderation settings of this streamer, your message could not be displayed. Okay, that's fine. Um, it still somehow, some way shows up on their end because they have I get banned, and that's great. Every time you want to put, maybe there's like some kind of setting that they have that automatically bans you, but it doesn't usually happen automatically. It's usually I spam them a couple times, and then I get banned. So even if I'm not necessarily like the whole crowd doesn't see me or whatever, their whole audience doesn't see me, the the streamer sees me, and that's great. And even if that doesn't work, I still made a clip on them. So they're gonna get an email and a notification that, hey, you got a new clip. What do you think of it? And it's like, this motherfucker with the Join Rabbits Discord again. What is this person's problem? And we're at now uh two a little more than 2 weeks, and becoming better known. We had the inauguration yesterday that we watched. That was interesting. It was just a historical event that I wanted to make sure that we covered on the stream. So at this point now, I have covered um every like major event that happened in the course of an American's life. So like a modern American's life. So what is that? We had a presidential election. We had a presidential inauguration. The inauguration was the last thing that I needed. I've had Super Bowls. I've had World Cups, both men and women. We've had World Series, the like like every year. I'll at least have it on somewhere. Um, we've had. Uh, I've done the Stanley Cup. What else? The NBA championship we've done. So from a sporting perspective, I also did this thing. I think it was summer 2003, where I got really, really into sports. Like, I mean, I'm already into sports, but I got into all these esoteric sports that nobody watches. Like what? The Women's World Cup was on, and it was hosted in New Zealand and Australia, and that meant that all the games were in the middle of the night, and I was just nocturnal at that time. So I watched. I'm telling you what, Caspian C. I used to quiz myself on the players, like so that I could name all of the players, the female players, And I've just never been into soccer that much, and especially not female soccer. But I figured if I'm gonna get into one of them, I'll get into this because it's just kind of a fucking hilarious thing for me to do. So I watched every that I could every female World Cup soccer match, including the final. The United States did very, very poorly, and I got really into like the Swedish team. They had some babes on it. I believe Portugal, they did very well. Like Morocco, I remember like Morocco was the first team from Africa to get to the like round of 16 or something like all these like really weird things that like normally I wouldn't get into. So I got into the Women's World Cup. I remember watching the Men's World Cup in 2002 or 2022. That was pretty big. Um, then there was summer 2023, I got into Little League Baseball. I've never watched the whole Little League World Series, but it was this period of time where there was nothing like these games were during the day and I was just streaming um there was a team from El Segundo that was supposed to be pretty good, and they ended up winning it, and so I was able to capture their title run, and I watched a lot of Little League baseball, even though it's pretty boring. And then the final sport that I got into was this sport called slam ball, which like nobody even knows is a sport, but it's basically basketball with trampoline. And yeah, and basically like I got into those and then like and then I wasn't into the UFC, and then right around this time is when I started getting into UFC. And then so long story short, I've done every major sporting event. I'm trying to oh, and then I've done 3 Olympic games. So I did the 2020 Olympic Games, which took place in 2021 in Tokyo. Then I did the 2022 Olympic Games, which were like Sochi or something like that. Um, and then I did the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris. I did that one pretty big time, and streamed it all like 24/7, every every event from it that was shown on American TV. So I've done like all the major things. We've covered in a presidential assassination attempt. Um, exactly. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. Um, but I mean, like one of them was on camera, and that was pretty interesting. And then, but you're absolutely right. Two, and or well, I guess he wasn't a presidential. Oh, he's a presidential candidate at the time. What else have we covered that I don't know? Just like at the very beginning of this, there was a lot of things having to do with the pandemic. Um, because I mean that's I don't want to say that's what inspired this, but I was not someone who did social media. I didn't have my face on camera, unless it was for work or like I was taking a class or something. It was like a Zoom call. But I just got more comfortable during the pandemic because everybody went virtual, and I bought better cameras and microphones and things, and then kind of just evolved. Um, but yeah, the big event that I hadn't had was the uh, presidential inauguration. Biden was inaugurated in 2021, and I started streaming that summer, and so it was after that, and uh, trying to think of like what other event. I mean, like the next big event like that, unless something happens, which certainly could happen, is like the World Cup, I believe, in 2026, and then the Olympic Games here in LA in 2028, about which I'm very excited. They're going to do all kinds of things with that. So that'll be cool. But there's not another presidential election until 2028. So basically, I've got this like I got the cycle. The one thing I really wanted to do was a presidential election, and then the inauguration. And so, like, basically, somebody could watch my life for just these. It's been 3.5 years, but just basically these 3.5 years, and get every major event that you would see, at least as an American. I'm sure there are other countries where, I didn't cover their elections or something like that. But we've covered two wars, and that's kind of a thing too. Fortunately, no serious American involvement, but I don't want to cover wars. I mean, I'm anti-war, so I mean, if I have to, I will. But um, yeah, the big one was just getting that inauguration in. So watched that at length yesterday, and then um, that was like 4 or 5 hours of coverage. And did you watch it? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So I kept going to that guy. I went to him 2 or 3 times, and every time I did, he wasn't talking. He wasn't like streaming the inauguration. He was like doing something else. So I understand he's going for views and stuff, but he just didn't have it. Like when I. So what was he doing? Doing commentary on it or something? Yeah, exactly. And that's what it was. Where he was coming in and doing that, and um, I was I was just like, well, I mean, this is this isn't necessarily the. It wasn't just like MSNBC or something like that. But yeah, so we're just watching Kill Tony, chilling. I've got these bots going, and I'm gonna little by little. I mean, I just keep wishing people in that fish tank or fish bowl or whatever, um, that that server. Just hope everybody has a good day. Which people don't know what to make of that. They're like, "Why are you so nice? Are you trolling us?" No, it's just like I hope you have a good day. What? One more. What is strange about that? But they're just not used to that. So, um, which is so strange. There's a quote from 1984 of George Orwell that's something like, "In a time of great deception, truth is seen as a falsehood," or something like that. That's not the exact quote. Let me get the exact quote. Um, but it's basically like the opposite of everything that like normally when somebody wishes you a good day, then you're like, oh okay, well I hope you have a good day too. Yo dog, in George Orwell's 1984, written in 1948, published in 1949. What is the quote? It's like in a time of great something, truth is seen as a falsehood or something like that. It's well, there's wars, peace, freedom, and slavery. Ignorance is strength. Um, in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. That's what it is. So I, so it's like these people have just been universally, uh, what's the word? That they've been universally um, deceived, and so when you just tell the truth, or just even just like a minor thing, like I hope you have a good day, it's seen as a revolutionary act. Like it's seen as strange. Like that's not strange. I'm just wishing you have a good day. I hope you have a good day. It's, but it's just seen as like a revolutionary act because you don't go in there and just shit on people. So um, yeah, I I'm I'm I like it a lot when I know I could go viral from multiple angles. That means I've got multiple um, stokes in the fire, so to speak. And anytime I look at these streamers, my shit is all over their stuff, and they comment about me, and they comment to their stream about me. I mean, I could really get great enjoyment by turning the sound on my laptops and just listening to them to what they say about me. But um, the reason why I don't do that is it gets old pretty fast because not every single time does it work. You've got to hear them talking about all kinds of bullshit, and but as I've said previously, let me see if there's a quote about this. Yo, dog, is there a quote about like a single water drop eventually can create the Grand Canyon or something like that? Yeah, I mean it's pretty close to this. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. Yeah, it's similar to that. Yeah, but um, it's. I mean, maybe I'm making it. I mean, I'm not making it up. The I I think about uh, I worked in this tower um when I was younger, and usually the place where I worked had they closed down a lot of things between like in late December, just because generally like the business world shut down around that time. And somebody had a coffee pot on like let's say the 10th floor of the building, and uh, the coffee pot just had like one of those drip systems, and the drip system wasn't shut off, and it caused a giant flood in the building because it just kept dripping and dripping and dripping and dripping and dripping and dripping for days on end, and nobody was there to kind of see what was going on. And that's kind of what I'm doing on Twitch. Basically, I'm just dripping and dripping and dripping, and I'm gonna cause a flood, but it's just one drop at a time. I say the same thing about the Grand Canyon. It all started with just one raindrop. Exactly. And so yeah, I find these people, these streamers. So I'm getting to know them a lot better. Uh, Twitch is much more diverse than Kick is. So especially in Asia, like the amount of Asian people on it are is much higher. I would say that Kick is more Spanish based. Um, what? How does that affect me? Well, I do my best to only stream English people who have English as their categorization, but if they if they're let's say Chinese or Japanese or Korean or something, and they make their thing English, then there's no even though they're not speaking English, there's nothing I can really do about that. Like I'm watching this one person who I'm spamming, and it's spamming the shit out of them. Definitely. I mean, it's showing up on their screen that I'm spamming them, but I don't know what their their chat is saying, and I don't know what they're saying because I know that I know a lot of them know the word ban, so they'll just be like ban or mods. Those are the two things that I see like ban, mods. Um, but they could be saying whatever in their language, and I don't necessarily know what they're communicating. Um, right. Yeah, that's a good point. That,
And 99% of the time, people from Japan will say both.
Oh,
So you
okay.
don't just get a little upsell, you get a big upsell,
Right. They
right?
just didn't know it was an option.
And they didn't know it was an option because all of these other servers are just, they're not going to even try. I just learned how to say shrimp so I could upsell. And the lock every single time. They didn't want chicken or shrimp. They wanted them both. You know, they wanted all the meat. It was amazing.
Did you find?
And you know,
Did you find?
but
Did they tip?
yeah, I never. I'll tell you, it doesn't tip.
Oh, okay.
White people don't. But that's why like racism always always other white people who do the worst. You know, the thing is like people from Western. Like if I'm gonna start getting kind of let's pick like Wisconsin, like Wisconsin or Montana, and they live out in the middle of nowhere maybe, or at least they don't have any big city awareness, right? So like you get a letter in the mail and it says you have 5 free nights at the Venetian Hotel.
Oh
You
yeah, I
go
could see
and
that.
then you don't tip anyone at the restaurants.
Yeah, I definitely could
It's
see
like
that.
it's not a cruise, it's an all-inclusive.
Inclusive. The reason why I
You know,
asked, I think in Japan, if you tip, it's considered insulting, and that's not a
but they're
thing.
very aware of the customs outside.
Okay,
That's
very
that
well. That's good. Um, I
they're they're very that like like whether or not I one with always like German or Italian like, oh, I don't understand what you're saying, and then they leave without tipping, you know, or something, whether it's true or not that they don't. I've never had an issue. Again, I never expected more than 10%. I told everyone the reason why I never got mad as a server is because I expect 10%. I know I'm going to get more, but I expect 10%. Anything above that is phenomenal, and I never look at the tip until the people have left the restaurant. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to know how much you tipped me when you're still here. Which I mean, like it hit me in the ass because sometimes I've opened up a check and it's been like, holy hell, this guy gave me $100 on a $50 bill.
right.
Like gave me 100% tip. So I run out the restaurant and I shake the guy's hand. Thank you. Like that's the only time where looking inside, because usually nobody tips that big. Nobody splashes the pot,
Right.
so it's rare. Usually people are gonna leave like $10 on 100, and I don't want to know what your face looks like and know that you're a bad tipper all at the same time. I'd rather like piece it together later on after my shift, you know.
Yeah. No, I definitely know that. Um,
So psychological.
I there's one restaurant that I go to. It's one of my favorite restaurants in LA, and whenever I go, I mean, I haven't gone recently, but um, when I would go, I'd go regularly, just like randomly. I'd be like, okay, work's done. I'm gonna drive into town, into the city, and go to the restaurant. And every single time I've gone, I always tip $100, and it was because I love this restaurant so much, and uh, it's kind of one of those things that you just the server doesn't know that you're going to do that, and my bill's like $35. It's not like a lot. It's always like I'll tip like I don't know 200 or 300% on this, but there's a feeling that you get when you're done that like you made that person's day. Like you're never gonna see the effect
Yeah,
of it, but you just know that that's gonna help them. And I I I found when I started working at this startup, we would have a situation where, um, like people would do really hard work to clean people's cars, and they would want to tip, just like with Uber or Lyft, you can tip. And so people would tip on this app, and they would do the same thing. The service may be for $70, but they'd want to tip a $100 extra tip just for that, or they'd leave them a cash tip or whatever, and it would just make the person's day. I mean, and as I completely understand that it would, just because it's like not only did you get appreciated for your work, but now it's like you get to go spend that. It's going to help your life and all the other things. And though the tipping system in the United States doesn't make much sense to me, even as an American, that to me it should be on the the organization to be able to pay their employees adequately. And also there are all kinds of rules for tipping, like um you don't tip on alcohol, which is kind of like a, I don't know, like that's that's kind of like a rule that there's no like they don't ever teach you these things. It's just kind of something that you develop. Um I would I would find that, well, I would go to bars sometimes, and I would only drink water because I was driving. But every time I would drink water, I would tip $2 or $3. So because I know that they're doing work, it's not like I'm taking time from their job, the bartender's job, to fill up a water glass or something like that. And I would get the absolute like my glass of water was never ever like I would take one sip and they would like refill it, like, not because they were expecting a tip, but it was just appreciative that, like, hey, nobody's tipping on water, but we appreciate that you're doing it. And you just make somebody's day like that. Well, that's interesting that the Japanese tourists in your experience um, were uh, aware of the customs that we had, and all that you had to do was just upsell them a little bit just by knowing their language, and that's a huge advantage that you had on your other servers by just learning a couple words here. That not only would they want one of the options, they'd want both.
Yeah. All right. I don't know if I missed the part of what.
Yes, I said in your case where you had Japanese,
Yes, yes, and
uh,
they wanted both.
if they wanted both, yeah, you had Japanese customers. The fact that you just
And
learned
all you had to
a
do is,
couple
yeah,
words in their language meant that they wouldn't just want one; they'd want both. And it was just like,
exactly.
yeah, I'm surprised the restaurant. I mean, I get it, but like, it would still be in a restaurant. I think I don't know. I'm not an expert, but it would be in their best interest to allow their servers to use a translator, because it seems like it'd be a lot bigger tickets if you could have somebody explain what the specials are in someone's native language. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
It may not look professional,
absolutely.
but it's like, if not, they're just going to get whatever you just said, Alfredo and pasta, and that's not a huge bill. But if you're able to tell them, hey, we've got steaks available, and you can include things within your pasta, it's just it's it's going to be, I feel, a better experience for the customer because they'll have many more options and a bigger bill and a bigger tip for the server and the restaurant. I've never seen that though. I've never seen people use a translator when they have a customer. Have you ever seen that?
No,
I think it's a smart idea. I think it's just too. It
it
looks
isn't.
it looks too unprofessional, but to me, that's a really good idea. Like, make sure that the customer is aware of all the options that you have. I mean, a lot of times when people come
I
in
mean,
here,
business, you want to sell things,
exactly,
you got to
exactly,
sell things. And that's the reason why I always have um, so my idea about I only ever kind of expected the goal was always to get as high as possible. If the check is only $20 and 10%,
right.
but if it's $80, so my idea can have. Everyone buys. Everyone gets the check they can possibly get. That way, even if they do want to leave a bad bigger than a bad tip on a small bill, you know.
I get that. I definitely get that.
But yeah, I mean, in a restaurant, I agree. And make sure everybody knows what's going on. You got to make sure people know what's available. You know, I mean, sales at the very least. Purpose of
Right.
so
And I could see like some languages that it's an expectation that you would have a bilingual server, but they can't know every language like a universal translator can. So that would be a good investment, I feel.
yeah, I knew like seven German guy walked in, get Alejandro, fucking language.
Oh,
I
okay.
never asked him. I'm like, bro, why? How do you speak language? Like, oh, but we're travelers. Mexico, traveled the world, and kept a job until he had enough money to travel again. Yep. So I'm in Vegas working as a busser until I get the money together. And I was like, you're my hero. You're my fucking hero.
Very
You
cool.
figured it out. Figured out your life perfectly the way you
Right.
know.
Definitely.
Um,
Sure thing.
you're
Oh,
watching the show. Why does All the survivors more. A lot of weak fell off. Back. Gotta be 5 and 10.
Welcome, welcome. How are you, Free Fall? Hope you're having a good day. Shout out to you. We're watching Kill Tony. Roseanne's the guest. Hope you enjoy. I didn't want to talk to you. Welcome. How are you? How'd you find out about me?
Sorry,
Oh, excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
not at all.
Excellent. Well, H2, firstly, I'm very happy that you're here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Some of the things that we discuss on the excellent, man, then we're allies in that. My streams go back to my streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, I have more data archived on the internet than any human ever. And what makes that, oh, yeah, definitely. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show?
No.
Okay, it's a fascinating movie from the 1990s starring Jim Carrey, where his entire life is on video, 24 hours a day, and he doesn't know it. The only thing that is different is that we have my consent to do this. But essentially, the entire world
Right.
learns a lot from him based on the fact that he is on camera all the time. And I feel as if I'm creating an archive for future generations to learn about history, to learn about biology, to learn about sociology, and just really everything about the human experience. This is a timeline for future generations. It's essentially the world's largest time capsule. So, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. Essentially, in 2018, the the Economist magazine in 2018 stated that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than anybody. So one day, I think that I'll be able to monetize this and help every single person who's helped me along the way, including you, including everyone in Fish Tank, including all of the people who have been very kind to me over the course of this journey for the last 3.5 years. We talk about some things that are uh, not normally discussed in society, but I want to interject into the zeitgeist or the lexicon or the vocabulary of the mainstream. Things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, alien disclosure. I talk about de-extinction. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. It was the Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, was started called Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephants. Do you know what the woolly mammoth is?
Yeah, yeah.
Excellent. So this is all really fascinating stuff that I don't hear about in the mainstream, and I want to introduce to the mainstream. After the woolly mammoth, the company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which I feel is super exciting. Other things that we discuss on this stream are things like um, decriminalization of drugs. We talk about things like ending world hunger through use of technology, like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, and yeah, so absolutely beautiful. Absolutely. Things like hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I feel as if just these six so different types of technologies could really revolutionize how we grow food in the world, and particularly the developing world. I don't want anyone to die. It's my goal to really limit death as much as possible. I want to help end world thirst. You may see it may be confusing to people. I have very colorful bedding. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. So that's why I have all the colorful, like, yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the thing, but it's worth $300 million. So it's a very funny name, but very,
Wow.
very serious. Yeah, it's been around for more than
Yeah, 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 yeah.
and these NFTs that they have are called Scrotos. They're worth thousands of dollars. When I started with this project, I just met them on Twitter Spaces. They heard what I was saying. They were like, "Wow, that's all really data is very important. We agree with that. We agree with the futuristic discussions that you're having. Please be a part of our community." They sent me merch, and we developed a partnership. Other things that I want to do are end world thirst. So actually, this cryptocurrency, one of the things that we do is we build wells in Africa, specifically Nigeria, to help people get clean water. I think that life
Well,
straws.
going back to the aquifer, I know that I have it's plants in like 2 miles.
You okay? Yeah, Nigeria. So, it is not 2 miles down. We're able to build wells, especially near where already established water sources are. But even where there aren't established uh, aquifers under the ground, there are things called life straws that can be used that basically allow you to drink out of
I have
contain.
one.
Excellent. Then you're well aware. And then, but really, the solution to this problem of ending world thirst is known as a desalination plant. Essentially, taking Earth's salt water and converting it to drinkable water. And that is really the long-term plan that I have to be able to help inform the world about these types of technologies and then hopefully be able to fund them. Other things that we talk about are things like life extension technology. So H2, when you were born, your average life expectancy is probably about age 80, and I want to increase that. I want to get you to be at least age 100, 120 through the use of technologies like growth hormone, stem cells, the use of steroids, perhaps the use of ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, things like nootropics, things like cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies. All of these are really breaking the bounds of what we've previously known about the human body and being able to extend that. But eventually, H2, you're going to say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. Now what? That's where the most exciting, one of the most exciting technologies of which I'm passionate comes into play. H2, has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
So I'm like, I heard that. I plans myself, but
Excellent. Well,
I'll get into it.
certainly, it's my privilege to be able to tell you that I don't think you're going to die, and I'm not under conventional ways. And if you're like, okay, Rabbi, how's that going to work? Essentially, through the use of a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm making you aware of is I think that you may be able to experience digital immortality, which is extremely exciting.
Yeah, I have thoughts of so the down.
Yeah,
Have the
absolutely. Absolutely. With picnics and everything. Yeah.
my angle. I'm doing a little bit of synergize. I believe you're free, free. I said, my one my passion, passion, uh, passion, your anger, your one led by the spirit. And I found that my own, I would, I would, I'm, I would look to experiment. I want to experiment with, I want to experiment like observing. I think a lot of observing things that my body's worn out. I want to be, I like MMO.
Sure. Absolutely.
And I was thinking like, I don't have time to do that. I don't feel like while my body's fucking young, I don't think I'll have time to do that. But I want to. Maybe, but second, I was like, one more. I thought, passionate way that are that are attractive. I was like, before I was like, cause I have a very, I want to, like, I don't want to do it in cycle or whatever. And like, I thought, I was like, compassion, but the risk, like, I was thinking, it probably be willing to sign up for we, the Neuralink stuff,
Sure.
where
That's a brain computer
restrict,
that's a brain computer interface. You're right on the right track. Exactly.
they would be restricted from being children
I absolutely agree. I want to protect children as well. And yes, so in addition, through the reprogramming of the brain, perhaps through a brain computer interface, a BCI, something like Neuralink, or additionally, perhaps like a neural network, there's something known as memory erasure. Because a lot of times, fortunately, I don't have any abuse, and I really haven't been around many people who have, or haven't been vocal about it. But from what I've studied, it is passed on through generations. It's like it happened to me, and now it happened to someone else, and someone else, and someone else. Exactly, and ending the cycle. And so, through a type of technology known as brain erasure or memory erasure, excuse me, memory. If someone were had been absolutely, that's what we talk about all the time, my friend. I'm so glad that you're here. Yeah, so these are fascinating topics to me, but I want to end that, and then eventually, perhaps using what's known as CRISPR technology, essentially genetic modification, we may be able to create, our progeny so that no one has those types of thoughts, and these are all really exciting opportunities, especially in the world or in the realm of brain computer interfaces. I don't know if you know or you've seen some of the interviews with the first successful brain computer interface Neuralink transplant. The man's name is Nolan Aspra. He's a quadriplegic person, can't use his arms or legs, but essentially he can play video games better than any person on earth because of how quickly this system is working. And that is just the beginning of some really exciting opportunities for humankind to perhaps be able to remove people who might have had very violent tendencies or perhaps other types of harmful types of mental states, and then also erase perhaps terrible memories that they may have. And I think this is a very beneficial technology, especially for people who suffered from PTSD, perhaps somebody who went to war, or perhaps somebody who was abused or had a violent incident or something that caused them some type of sadness, essentially to be able to remove those memories from their brain, and then they can live their life without being haunted by some of the ill effects of their previous experiences. These are all very exciting technologies. So we're allies in this. Um, these these are things that I discuss every single day with people who come in here. Um, One of the people from the Fish Tank server, saw me in a different server and came in here and wanted to talk to me and give me an invite to that server. Who was it? Just one moment, I'll tell you their name. Um,
I make friends. I try to make. I it's doing socialize server, but
yeah, so the reason why I stay deafened is because a lot of times you're not allowed to self promote, and I'm like the king of self promotion. So yeah, exactly. So the person's name who invited me, it was Slacker Blue.
oh cool.
Yeah,
I don't like much, but
yeah. Apparently it's their server or there's someone in it of some administrative function because they told me, hey, I told them like if you let me, I will live my life in there. This is a group of people, the people with fit in fish tank who have a common mind. They like to watch people and observe people and talk about people, and I'm the perfect person for that. I've been,
that's cool.
yeah, definitely. So we talk about other things that I, yeah. So
By the way, wanted to I was one of the no, wanted to load it.
yeah, so I sometimes I have very old devices, so they don't always load the video as quickly as I want. Or if there are other people in there, sometimes it runs into issues. But as you see, I'm in like every other one, and many of them do have a camera on. So if you did want to check me out there, and it's just really, I mean, what I did is,
I was just trying to spread. I was just trying to spread it
oh,
so it can call you.
absolutely. I appreciate that. and I have it programmed. Like I build robots, so I have it programmed so that like every hour it will leave the server and then come back and like refresh. So usually with the refresh, then people can be able to see me. But even if not, nobody has so many devices that I have with all these accounts, and it causes some interest. They ping me in the chat. We get to talking, and eventually we get to become friends. That's how these other people met me, essentially, and that's how I've met you. But I appreciate that. I know it's just loading sometimes. Some of the other cameras are loaded, so you can watch me whenever you want. But if I could, I would. I would. Great question. I will.
If I see I'm like,
Yep, absolutely. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you right now. And I'm going to send you a friend request. Oh, I love your status, hoping to spread hope. I'm all about that.
yeah, I'm about it. I'm not in the development program or people used to misjudge me very quickly. Think I'm like the like I obviously I'm
No
people
worries.
get weird if I have this but
Sure, no worries at all.
it's funny.
H, H2, if
It
you
was
wish,
related
I just sent you a friend request. I also sent you a message. Take a look at the YouTube link that I just sent you, and you can see all my
I
YouTube
was looking at
streams.
it.
You've never seen anyone with
I was looking
more
at it.
simultaneous YouTube streams than I have, I'm sure. I have like 10 simultaneously going.
Oh my god.
So
Dude, this is awesome.
basically,
I'm so glad I came in.
oh, I'm so glad that you did too. And if people are wondering what is this person doing with all these different accounts, just really trying to spread awareness because I am a very positive person. I do my best to spread positive vibes to everyone and really just be an optimistic individual. I'm someone here who has people come in on a daily basis who look for advice, or they just need a shoulder to cry on, or someone to just hear about their day. And I'm here for that. Additionally, I've done my best to create the world's largest, not just video archive, but really media archive. So every major audiobook, every major song, an album, every major movie, every Oscar winner since 1927, we watch all of these on here, and I've streamed them in one way or another, just to really so that people, when they study this in the future, will have all of the art, or at least my reaction to as much of it as possible. We've watched the World Series on here, the Stanley Cup on here, we've watched the NBA Finals on here, we watch every Super Bowl on here, we've watched the World Cup on here, both the men's and women's, we've watched Little League World Series, we've watched the college football championships. I mean, anything sporting related, I'm all about. We've watched the presidential election. We watched the presidential inauguration. So it's essentially like the world's largest time capsule.
I was gonna make a suggestion. I just found this. I'm tired. I have so many projects doing them alone. I'm
Absolutely.
but so do we.
Please enlighten
The
me.
blind swan.
And
So it's like the game on of
okay,
like there's fucking 25, 20, and or maybe yeah. I was gonna suggest that actually so good. We just watched one with I was on.
excellent. Well, I will do some research on them and then stream them. Okay, please do. Yeah, exactly. Um, so, anything I can really do to advance the world, I do my best to do, and just being a positive individual. Of course, being on the internet as much as I do, I get a lot of hate, but I just let that run off me like water off a duck's back. And just
Yeah.
when people are mean to me, I almost am just extra nice to them and just make them aware if they ever need anything, I'm here to help them. Some other technologies that we discussed that I think are really exciting. One is known as revivification technology. It's really important to me. You're like, okay, what's revivification technology? It's bringing back people from the dead. So people who have died, there are ways in the future that people will be able to bring them back. And there are actually multiple ways to do this. The easiest one is probably, let's say, your great grandfather, someone who we're pretty sure is dead right now. You want to bring that person back. Well, there are ways perhaps to uh, be able to reconfigure, or shouldn't say reconfigure, but regenerate their DNA using your DNA and be able to perhaps create a clone of them. So, what would that mean? Essentially, it would be everything that made them up when they died at the time of their death. And if we have the opportunity, if you have any pictures of them, or even of a grandparent or a parent or someone like that, we will be able in the future to not just use a picture to be able to understand what was going on just in two-dimensional sense, but we'll be able to remove their clothing, we'll be able to remove their skin layers, we'll be able to remove their muscular layers, we'll be able to remove their cranial cavity, eventually see what their brain is like, be able to study their brain, and actually be able to recreate their memories based on just a photograph through the use of essentially augmented reality, and we'll be able to know where every atom was in their brain, which will give us the ability to perhaps be able to regenerate their memories, their personality, all the other aspects that made them them. Then what we do is we take that data and put it in the clone of them. And essentially, like if you've ever seen the movie Avatar, where someone comes out of a pod or just like awakes, they would awake, and you'd be the person to be there and explain to them that they died, say in 1930, but that you wanted to meet them or that you wanted to bring them back and be able to interact with them, and they'll be able to live a digital immortality alongside of you in the future,
DNA part. About like
like petabytes, huge amounts.
yeah, it's crazy. That's crazy.
Exactly.
So
And other things,
that's how did it go?
absolutely, other things that people don't realize is that like our data is made in a double helix, but there are other configurations of it that could be created, perhaps a triple helix, so that you have your normal double helix data that has all your genetic information, but then you can enhance that with another strand, essentially a triple helix, to be able to give you, I don't want to say superpowers by any means, but enhanced human traits. So perhaps you could have better vision, and perhaps using that triple helix, you may be able to make configurations to you over the course of your life. I'm not someone who sees things in the normal way of living a limited life and then dying at a certain age. If you expand your mind to understand that you may not die, some of the major issues that we deal with become your issues. Like what? Like off planet travel. So I am someone who imagines that one day, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but we will have world peace. And the reason why I say that, if you study either extraterrestrial um, civilizations, and that's one of my favorite subjects, are aliens and all of that. We can go into that should you wish. But if you study them, you recognize that in order for them to start traveling in vast distances, they have to have peace at home. We've even learned this by studying colonial powers, and that a colonial power generally could not expand or explore if they had a civil war going on in the motherland. And essentially, Earth is just one large motherland, and we will eventually have peace here. It may take 1,000 years, it may take 10,000 years, but eventually we will have it. And when we do, we'll be able to utilize space exploration, terraforming other planets, including Mars and Venus, terraforming planetoids like Europa. These are all very exciting opportunities that I talk about and I like to study. And then eventually moving towards interstellar travel, getting to perhaps the next closest star system, which is Alpha Centauri, and then intergalactic travel, perhaps getting into the Andromeda galaxy and even further. Really, I'm about really about futurism. Is really something about which I'm passionate. And for many people who may say, "Well, Rabbi, that's impossible to do." Well, impossible is nothing, meaning impossible today doesn't necessarily mean it's impossible tomorrow. And it's just a matter of time. If you give humans enough time, we will overcome absolutely every challenge that prevents us from doing something that may seem impossible. And when it comes to traveling great distances, uh, I am someone who knows that we can do it conventionally by traveling up to or very close to the speed of light, but there are easier ways through the manipulation of gravity and space-time bending that you can essentially use wormholes to be able to travel vast distances instantaneously. And if you study how, or I've studied how, allegedly um, alien crafts work, what they do is they use certain types of elements, like element 115 is the big one that it's known as pentium. It's also known as moscovium, but essentially it is a very volatile element that allows for a great amount of power. You can use that element to be able to create a essentially a gravitational field and allows you to travel great distances to me. And there's something that I study along with my community on a daily basis.
I think my dog can tell how pleased I am. It's I've never met someone as passionate about serving.
Excellent.
So I'm very moved. I think my dog is not normally like jumping on me.
I see her.
It's really,
I see her.
yeah, it's just been,
It's a beautiful image that I have of you, H2. You should know. The clouds that you have around you are absolutely stunning. And then I've seen your dog jumping up on you, and it's very it's a beautiful
I did
beautiful
notice
scene.
my like look, I read get it better where my keyboard stuff where my keyboard and mouse screen where it's like I'm reaching into the cloud. Sometimes like it's just like I'm grabbing the cloud.
I do.
Uh,
But
I
welcome.
love that. I do this on accident. This is like I stumble upon all these innovations. I love them. I'm so fucking share like here. I'm
Absolutely. Slayer
love this
Demon,
one.
welcome. We're glad that you're here. H2 and I were just having some discussions on futurism. How are things in your neck of the woods, Slayer Demon? Excellent. Slayer Demon, if I may ask, how'd you find out about me? From Twitch. You found out about me from Twitch? That's phenomenal. Oh, Slayer Demon, you're the man. So I am Twitch's most famous spammer, and so I'm sure Slayer Demon, did I spam your channel? Oh, you found out about me from there? Yeah, absolutely. So I've just categorized in all kinds of different channels. So wow, that's amazing that you found me, Slayer Demon. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been live streaming my life every single moment for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data archived than any person ever. What does that mean for you? Perhaps one day I'll be able to monetize this data. And when I do, I'm going to give the money to all the people who helped me along the way. I want to help you. I want to help your friends. I want to help your family. I want to make it so that you're able to provide for your future generations. And when you're able to do all of that, I want to give you enough money to be able to start charities of your own, philanthropic organizations to be able to help whatever people you wish. If I may ask, Slayer Demon, let's just say hypothetically somebody gave you $1 billion. What kind of charity would you want to start? Perfect, man. That's amazing. I have a friend of mine who just recently started a I don't know if you know what cryptocurrencies are, but he started a cryptocurrency that does that. Basically, what they do is they give to animal shelters, the largest animal shelters in the world, and without going too much into his project, just know that I've already helped with some of those, and that's something that's near and dear to my heart as well. Um, so Slayer Demon, if you're wondering, like to me, why am I in Pokemon Go? I'm in quite a few different categories, but I do like Pokemon Go. One of the things when it came out that if you remember when it came out, it was around the year I want to say like 2015 or so. There was like a day after Pokemon Go came out where everybody got along really well in the United States, at least. It was really an exciting time, and I kind of want to bring that sense back to humanity. I think that is really interesting. If I may ask, Player Demon, do you play Pokemon Go? So you know what I mean when it came out, it was like this. It's like 1 or 2 days where people were going to the park and meeting with like strangers, and it was just a really exciting time. And I kind of want to bring that back. Um, so I was talking with H2 about futurism. So some of the things about which we talk on this stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about nuclear power a lot. We talk about tidal power. We talk about pardon me, geothermal power. We talk about life extension technology. We talk about mind uploading technology, which essentially allows us to create a digital immortality for people. I was just discussing revivification technology. Slayer, if you've ever lost anyone who you loved in the past, there's a way that perhaps we may be able to get them back. When I say get them back, meaning uh, regenerate them through their DNA and reinsert their memories and their personalities into them. And just know that there's a lot of really great technology that we discuss on this. So if I may ask, not just celebrities, but average people too. So what do I mean? Like Slayer Demon. I don't know. Let's say your grandfather or grandmother died. Okay. How could we get them back? Well, if you have anything that they own, it probably has their DNA on it. But even if you don't have anything that they own, we'd be able to use your DNA and reverse engineer it so that we could create their DNA. Then we take that DNA and we create a clone of them. We artificially advance that clone to mature it to the age of what they were around the time of their death if we want. Then what we do, if you ever have a picture of them, we can take a picture of them and remove the different layers so that we see into their cranial cavity and see what their brain looked like. And we can know where every single molecule was in their brain that made up all of their um, their thoughts, their personality, their memories, everything that made them them. We take that information and inject it into the the central nervous and peripheral nervous system of the clone that we created, and eventually they would awake and be confused what happened to them, and you would explain to them that they died, that you loved them enough that you wanted to bring them back, and that they were going to be able to live a digital immortality with you into the future. Well, this is all essentially with your consent. So if you if you want, you'll be able to consent on behalf of your family. Now, if they don't want to come back, then they can essentially choose once they were brought back to die. There could be a way that they could consent to die, essentially um, a type of government allowed suicide that's already being allowed in some areas of the United States, even in Canada as well. It's generally known as government assisted suicide. So they could have a government assisted suicide should they wish, and then they could just die and never come back. Or they could, if they want, be uh, revivified into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a different kind of clone of themselves, perhaps even an opportunity to be a robot or a an ethereal being. So they might have a lot more opportunities that they didn't previously have. But if they don't want to take advantage of any of those, then they could have government assisted suicide and just end it. At least you tried.
We're going to be alive in this day and age, though, you know? It'd be crazy. Like,
Can so the thing the thing is hamsters and animals and such. Um, I don't currently. It will be based on the legislation, but I'm sure that people will want to utilize this for humans, perhaps more than animals. But you never know if the legislation is advances enough, then this could be for any organism, not just humankind.
I think they would have to have some of the DNA.
Well, well,
We
not
were
necessarily.
talking about how much DNA is stored, how much, wait, I wonder if so dog hair has their DNA, right?
Almost certainly. But it doesn't you don't necessarily need DNA. So we're only looking at this with a limited human view. If extraterrestrials exist, they may have different types of recording systems that may have this information stored somewhere. Additionally, as one of the things that we discuss is faster than light travel, there's also faster than light communication. If faster than light communication is possible, there's a way that we could perhaps be able to observe the Earth um, from a certain distance to be able to see when light is perceived and be able to zoom in on that to be able to zoom in on the very time when your hamster died and be able to recreate them and their memory. Now I know this seems like science fiction, but essentially when we're through living in a time where mind uploading technology is becoming a reality and the neural networks becoming a reality and things like brain computer interfaces are becoming a reality, really nothing should stop us from seeing that these are all possibilities in the future. It's just about when. The question is no longer if, but when. It's just going to take enough time.
Interesting. I have a friend as well. He has energy, right?
That's
There's photonic quantum,
okay.
and he's using it for quantum learning. So this
Excellent.
is one of my friends. He's in the Discord. We have like hour-long conversations. The problems with the that gives you so much hope. Like once it gets ironed out, which I hope to be a part of. Um, yeah, it's uh, yeah, a lot of this stuff is going to seem a lot more seem a lot less like science fiction.
Agreed. Agreed.
Um,
So, Slayer Demon, there may be the opportunity for you to reunited with your hamster someday. And those are just some ways that I know. I'm sure that science will be able to perhaps be able to give us an opportunity to recreate some of the um, biological beings with other modes that I don't even know. But these are just some of the ways that I have learned that scientists have predicted that in the future we may be able to revivify biological entities that previously were. So it's pretty wild. So if I may ask Slayer Demon, are you a streamer yourself? Slayer Demon, can you hear me? That's okay. We have H2 here. H2 and I can maybe continue our conversation.
yeah,
Yes. So
I'm going to start a streaming thing. So
okay, excellent. I mean, you're very comfortable on camera. So do you have a YouTube? So H2, do you have a YouTube account?
I do.
Okay, excellent.
I do. Yeah, it's called Humanity Hydrogen.
That's a wonderful name.
Thank you.
I'm a major advocate of hydrogen, especially the hydrogen car. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe, so you picked the right name.
Yes, I kind of worship it.
Very
So
cool, man.
I made the so I made I have a 508c1a. It's like basically a religious organization,
Sure.
which I don't care. I don't really have any. What people believe in for their worship is the thing that I'm not trying to change what anybody. ships that I do think it's a direction. Like I wouldn't offer a direction for people that are, instead of having arguments about it, you know,
Absolutely. No,
like yeah,
I'm 100% on board with that. Okay, do you have a Twitch account?
I do.
Okay, excellent.
It's eight. Oh, sorry.
Uh, what is it?
I followed you on eight. It's so weird. I might change it to but it's ACHETWO. Like H, spelled like H with E then two.
Okay. So, one of the things that I utilize for my streams is I multi-stream because I don't want to be canceled, so that I essentially have redundant streams. If one of my YouTube channels gets canceled for copyright infringement or whatever the issue may be, I have redundant streams going. So I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on Rumble, I'm live on Kick. I have more social media perhaps than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. And I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. Absolutely. Well, and because
I'm very excited to talk more about this.
excellent. I mean, I just want to be uncancelable.
I want to do something similar.
Excellent. Well, I can tell you that your best bet is to multi-stream, and if you're going to, the reason why I was successful at getting Slayer Demon in here is because I'm multi-streaming. I'm using Rumble Studio that sends my feed to YouTube and Twitch and Kick and all of the big ones simultaneously so that people can observe me. And as you can see, it works. So essentially, if you need help with that, I can assist you with it. My big thing is I like to do things on a budget, so I don't want it to cost me anything. And all of what I've just told you, all of that I've just told you is free. So if you're interested in it, I can help you.
Oh,
Absolutely.
I just got into programming stuff. I never thought I was going to do that because there's so much knowledge on so many things, and my brain feels very full. As soon as I started getting with AI, I knew I felt the level of confidence, force, pushes it, but not because I'm wealthy or anything like that, but because of my creativity. And like what I explained to you before is like how to be led by the spirit. Whatever the spirit is, whatever people call it,
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm gonna connect. I'm gonna be deafened for a second because I gotta connect to my computer.
You do what you need to do. I'm here. I'm a very patient person. Yes, that's true. So I've been live streaming. Here, Slayer Demon, I'll send you. Excellent. Slayer Demon, just hold on one moment, and I'm gonna send you my YouTube streams so you can see all of my different angles. Essentially, you can watch my life in 360 degrees, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. If you would, Slayer Demon, check your DMs. I just sent you a DM from my Discord account. Click on that YouTube link, and you'll see. I don't just have one stream going. I don't just have two streams going. I don't just have three streams going. I don't have four streams going, but I have upwards of 8 to 10 streams going at any given time, and that's just on YouTube. These are all multi-stream. So I'm live on like 33 different platforms, ones that you've never heard of. Trovo and BeLive and YouNow and quite a few others as well. So I've made quite a large footprint on the definitely. I utilize robots a lot, or I call them robots, but it's just basically things that I've programmed to be able to that allow me to do a lot of these things in an automated fashion, so that I don't always have to press buttons, or else I would go I would really spend most of my time just starting live streams. So I only have to start my live streams manually about once every 12 hours or so. But I do have like Instagram accounts that are pre-programmed that allow me to enter into discussions to archive my life. I have Discord accounts that are pre-programmed. So basically, I can multitask as efficiently as possible. But if you ever want to get a hold of me, you're in the right place. It's Discord channel. Yeah, yeah, I'm always in the call. Yeah. So if you ever want to get a hold of me, I'm always in here. Yeah, I sleep on camera. Yeah, everything I do is on camera. I eat on camera. I sleep on camera. I have gone to the bathroom on camera. I've showered on camera. I do everything because I want the world to be able to learn from it in the future. So, like when I shower on camera, perhaps I'll have like shorts on, or I sing in the shower. I like to perform karaoke concerts, so I'll just go and I'll sing all the Beatles song catalog, all the Rolling Stones catalog, just 80s. I'll sing anything, just because I like art. Absolutely, Slayer Demon. You know where to find me. And you should know that you have a new friend. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here. Excellent. Take care. Hey, Connor, who dat? How you doing, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Excellent, man. I know we were going to do a podcast last night. Apologies, I fell asleep after you came in about 2 hours later. If you'd like, I can do the podcast right now.
Yeah, give me like 5 minutes.
Absolutely.
Okay. So basically, it's gonna be like me asking you questions on that, and you can answer, or you can ask me a question as well. So,
Excellent.
okay, are you? Let me get my camera on. Here we go.
Absolutely. So we'll find that out right now. Connor Huda, where can we find your podcast?
On yeah, it's not gonna be live on YouTube. I'm gonna edit it. Post it.
Excellent. Hey, H2, H2, if you would do me any favor, tell the people about me in the fish tank and what we talked about. Thank you. I'm so glad we met, my man. Excellent. Take care, man. Excellent. Peace. Connor Hudat, if you don't mind, I'm going to use the restroom and then I'll be all ready for you, okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent.
Right now.
You got it. Thank you for your patience, Connor. Connor, just so we don't get interrupted, do you happen to see if there's an area that says Rabbi Rothschild's Arena right below this call?
Um,
Yep. I'm going to join that, and I'm going to bring you up, and then we won't be interrupted. So if you would, in about 5 seconds, I'm going to join that call. Okay?
okay.
Excellent.
So, when I started, basically, um, I can get to the, like the introduction, or however you wanna, so,
Absolutely.
and then, yeah, for, like 20 minutes,
Perfect.
sound good?
Absolutely. If you don't mind, my introduction's a little longer than most people's. I just want to make you aware of that. Okay?
No, that's perfect. Okay, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, you're good.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. It's a pleasure to be with Connor today. I would like to introduce myself a little bit. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore anywhere in the world. I've been live streaming my life since the pandemic, or more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than air, food, water, gold, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that occurs, I want to help everyone who's helped me along the way, including Connor and his community, and everybody else in my community, and everyone else I've met along these 3.5 years of a journey. Some of the things that we discuss on this stream, which is really a time capsule or the world's largest timeline of society, are things like anti gravity, antimatter. We talk about faster than light travel, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about things like de extinction technology. De-extinction technology is essentially bringing things that were once extinct back to living condition. So people don't know that the first successful de-extinction took place with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that was de-extincted in the year 2003. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, uh, leading company known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years that they would de-extinct the woolly mammoth and reintroduce the woolly mammoth back into the Arctic Circle, and using African elephants, which I feel is a very exciting opportunity for humanity to be able to witness. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, this company wants to reintroduce the the Tasmanian tiger, and followed by the dodo bird. These are all things that I'm excited to perhaps be able to document on my stream, and for the good of humanity. Other things that we discuss in addition to extinction are things like alien disclosure, which is a subject that's near and dear to my heart. Things like life extension technology. So probably when Connor was born, and most of the listeners out there, when born, your average life expectancy, if it was in the Western world, is probably about age 80. And I want to extend that through the use of different technologies to maybe age 100 and 120 through the use of technology like stem cells, human growth hormone, perhaps steroids, nootropics, things like cryonics or cryogenics, perhaps the use of cold shock therapies or nootropics. These are all things that we may be able to utilize to be able to advance human life extension to at least year, 120 years. But then many of you may say, okay, Rabbi, I made it to 120 years. My body's starting to break down. Now what? That's where the next level of technology that we discuss a lot on the stream comes into play, and that's known as mind uploading technology. What's mind uploading technology, you may ask? Well, for anyone listening out there, I think there may be an opportunity that some of you may not die someday, especially as transhuman where you scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI for later download, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, and essentially be able to store that for eventually to create a an android, a an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But these are very exciting discussions that we have at a life of perhaps in the future digital immortality, and there are things that I explore on this stream. I will say that the stream was originally inspired kind of in an innocent way of me just wanting to um, get my golf swing on camera. And I would go after work to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and video myself and some of the things that I was saying on camera I thought were funny, and maybe perhaps my future family might want to see what their father was like. So I would archive that and upload it to the internet. That was taking me too long to do every single night, and I realized that you know what, maybe I should just stream it. But if I'm going to stream, I want to stream better than anybody ever. So I bought many different cameras, and I bought many different Chromebooks and laptops and such, and put them around my room so that you could watch me 360 by my career. In addition to being a rabbi, which is Hebrew for teacher, I am a certified project management professional, which means that essentially I am the person who organizes and oversees the completion of projects. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've completed contracts with Fortune 500 companies and international project launches. So I do have a technical background, and I have utilized that since the pandemic and much of that knowledge into my everyday life to be able to provide the world's largest single archive of human data ever created. And with that, there's a little bit of an introduction about who I am and what I do. I appreciate this opportunity. And Connor, I'm ready for any questions that you may have.
Perfect. Yeah, so, yeah, get right into it. So, you want to tell me, no, just like, you know, and stuff that you have, um, would you want to tell me a little bit, like, about what you like to do and that?
Absolutely. I love hobbies. I love um, really digging into certain, certain activities. I love golf. I love art. I love science. I love learning. I'm someone who likes to teach people. I I like video games. I like board games. I like any kind of game. I'm very competitive, although I don't let it get the best of me. I like to win at things. So everything from Madden, which is like the NFL football games I love, to FIFA, which are soccer games, Fortnite, to um, chess, and checkers, tic tac toe, really whatever it is. If somebody's willing to play against me and I have the time, I love to play. Other things I like to do, I like to run. I like long distance running. I find it to be a great way to stay fit and healthy and such. It's difficult for me to do because I am on the stream all the time and I can't live stream my runs. But prior to utilizing these streams, I was an avid runner. I would run every single day. Many friends who are runners. So running interesting to me. I really think that overall physical fitness is important to people. It's difficult to do as much as I'm on stream and I have to really focus on these streams, but I find those things to be interesting. I like sociology. I like philosophy. Certainly, I love religion and religious teaching. I'm into I like cars and different types of transportation, planes, boats, yachts. I do my best to stay as well rounded of an individual as possible. I love history. History is really important to me. I feel that we are those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it, and so I like to learn about ancient civilizations and just overall anything that is interesting. I do my best to make it a hobby.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so I want to talk to you. And you talk about all that, like about, about like sharing positivity and, showing people love on their live streaming platform. Um, and I was wondering, because I know people definitely do hate, but does it ever get to you?
I do my best to not let it get to me. I let it roll off me like water off a duck's back. When people are mean to me, I do my best to be extra nice to them. There's a saying, kill them with kindness, and I do my best to do that. So even when people send me mean DMs or they're mean to me in a voice chat, I do my best to ask them how their day is going and if there's anything I can do to help them, even though they're maybe cussing at me or sending me hateful messages. When they recognize that I don't let it get to me and that I just enhance my level of kindness to them, they get confused. Many times I get people who say, you know what, Rabbi, I was here to make your life difficult. And I wanted to pick on you, understand your message, and you have built an ally with me. I get people on a weekly basis to come into my Discord to tell me that, or who are in my DMs to tell me that. And that's very positive to me. And um, it's very it's very healing to me to know that really I could have been born in their shoes and they could have been born in my shoes. We could have been born in different countries around the world. And perhaps if I were in their shoes and doing this to someone, it would change my mentality if I saw the way in which they handled many of the hateful things that happened to them. So I do my best to be a light to the nations. I do my best to be an optimistic individual and be very positive, and I don't let it get to me. I don't let people bully me. I think that comes from a sense of internal comfort. Uh, Frankly, I know I'm a cool person, and nobody can take that away from me. And when you have that type of confidence, self confidence in yourself, there's no one who can destroy it. Basically, I'm the person who is going to dictate my success in life, and I'm not going to let somebody else do that.
Perfect. And yeah, I think, I see, you're giving a lot of, criticism, but you're, trying to spread love and positivity. Uh, so I admire you.
Absolutely. There's a saying from George Orwell's 1984, which was written in 1948, published in 1949. It's along these lines. I don't know if it's an exact quote, but it's something like in an age of um, universal defeat, telling the truth becomes a revolutionary act. And many times people go on the internet and they expect people to they expect that they'll be able to hurt other people due to their anonymity, that no one can get to them. And I don't let that kind of language hurt me. There's a phrase growing up as a child that I heard: sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And so, no matter what anybody types to me or sends to me or says to me, I know that that can't hurt me. And I have that type of mentality. And I know that no one out there, no matter who they are, will be able to break that. So long as I have internal confidence, I'll be able to achieve whatever I wish.
Perfect. And yeah, that's perfect. I love that. And you know, I think it's awesome what you're doing as well, you know. Or you know, always people send me hate on my stream that, you know, try to ignore it, you know. Sometimes you know, it's to your head, but that's just how people are. But anyway, um I'm going to get into the controversial stuff about, you know, aliens. So
Excellent.
just tell me like what you believe in, and I'll say my
100%. Well, firstly, thank you so much, Connor, for allowing me to talk about this subject. It's one of my favorite subjects in the entire world. So I believe that perhaps humankind was seeded here by extraterrestrial biological entities. I don't know this for a fact, but I get much of this information from government whistleblowers, from declassified documents, even from alien abductees. So I think that Earth is essentially a zoo or an experiment for some type of extraterrestrial civilization. There are arguments that it may have been the Anunnaki or the alien Greys or the um, Aryan people. I don't know exactly who seeded us here, but I just know that at least according to Bob Lazar, if you know who that is, Bob Lazar was a nuclear physicist at Area 51, specifically S4. In his um, onboarding when he took the position in the late 1980s at Area S4, that he had read that aliens had completed at around 60 different uh, evolutionary um, mutations human human DNA, and so that our development may have been aided to get us to the contemporary beings that we are. Um, I think that much of this information is difficult to verify, but what isn't so difficult to verify are many of the more recent events that have occurred, specifically with the major one, Roswell. If you're not familiar with Roswell, was allegedly a alien craft crash near Corona, New Mexico, specifically on a farmer's land named Mac Brazel. He essentially called the local sheriff. They recognized that the material that they found there could not be burned. It was difficult to bend. There were perhaps bodies that they had found, and uh, eventually the uh, United States Air Force was called from Roswell. They collected all of the debris. It was published in the Roswell newspaper originally as a crash disk that had been discovered, but then very quickly a cover story was lent to the major media that stated that it was not a crash disk, but it was a weather balloon. And there were some pictures that were associated with this of a weather balloon that were basically used to as a cover story. Now, there were many governmental institutions that were started right around 1947 into 1940, 1949, including the CIA, National Security Administration, Project Blue Book, Project Grudge, many covert and classified government entities started around this time, which may have been related to Roswell. Now, if you have ever heard of the book Day After Roswell by Colonel Philip Corso, he essentially was the person who was in charge of some of these programs to reverse engineer much of what was found at Roswell, uh, to be able to give to defense contractors and allow them to slowly seep it into the public through different types of technology. So some of the technology that may have been gleaned from Roswell are things like the computer transistor, are things like microwave technology, perhaps different types of radar, perhaps the laser, perhaps Teflon, perhaps night vision, which was allegedly reverse engineered from um, the, the, the alien eye. Many of the things that we currently use today and perhaps take for granted were gleaned from the Roswell crash. If you look at human development from for the last 2,000 years, up until around World War II, it was really not as didn't develop as quickly. Sure, the Industrial Revolution had a major part in this, but really it was horse and buggy, whether it was a chariot or getting into um, carriage for thousands of years. It was very similar, except once we start getting into the 20th century and perhaps some of this technology has been reverse engineered for the purpose of improving human life in exchange for some agreements. Now, if you've ever heard, I believe it's called the Granada Treaty or something along those lines, there was allegedly a meeting between President Dwight D. Eisenhower, the 34th President of the United States, who took office in 1952, allegedly in 1954 or around 1954. And anything that I say, I'm just going off of memory, so my numbers could be a little off here, but allegedly around 1954 at Edwards Air Force Base in California, and also perhaps um, at another Air Force base, in addition to another Air Force base in New Mexico, there was a treaty that was drafted and signed between the United States government and the alien uh, being, that we would be able to utilize the technology that was from these crashes in exchange for the alien abductee um, program. So if you're not aware, the people in today's day and age, it happens every single day. There are people who are abducted, and some people are perhaps allegedly impregnated, or they have spermatozoa removed from them. They have ovum or eggs removed from them. This is where the idea of the probe comes into play. But the first major alien abduction took place in the 1960s with Betty and Barney Hill. What's really interesting about their case, it happened in New Hampshire, and they were an interracial couple, which was um, very rare for the day. And essentially, they were driving home in New Mexico when they saw a light, and they experienced while driving in the car, they saw a light, and they experienced a period of missing time. And this period of missing time uh, is something that many alien abductees experience. And what occurs many times is that they are taken from their location, perhaps brought into a craft, experiments are done on them, and then they are put back in their original location, usually. Sometimes they're found far from their location, sometimes their clothes aren't put on correctly, or their buttons aren't correct, but there is a period of missing time, and many times they have some type of mind or memory erasure that they don't actually remember what happened to them, on, on, and and it causes them confusion. It causes them fear. What has been utilized to be able to get some of these repressed memories is um, a form of hypnosis that is completed with a professional that many times allows them to uh, understand what happened to them uh, using these types of memory regression. So, but alien abductions have been happening perhaps going back to antiquity or even before. Just like we tag animals when we do biological experiments on them, and we sometimes put some type of RFID chip in them or something like that. Aliens do same to us. So that leads me to the next element of this, which is Dr. Roger Lee, who was a doctor who did at least 20 different surgeries on alien abductees where they had implants in their body. Some of the major places for implants are right here in the hand, sometimes at the base of their neck. But essentially, these once the alien implants have been removed, they're like little Tic Tacs, if you know what that candy is. These Tic Tacs are found to have non-earth metals in them. So this isn't just a story that people are saying. This is actual hard evidence of of something that's not from Earth that has been implanted in these individuals. With that, moving into the past the 40s and Roswell, past the 50s and the treaty crash, past the 60s and the abductions, which all of this continued. We move into the 70s and really disinformation campaigns that had been occurring but continue to occur. There's the Men in Black phenomenon that occurs shortly after Roswell, where basically government people would come around and tell people to not speak out about many of the experiences that they have. But what really gets interesting is into the 1980s and a man who I mentioned earlier named Bob Lazar. And the reason why Bob Lazar is fascinating, he worked at Los Alamos Labs in New Mexico and was recruited to work at Area S4, Area 51, through, by a man named Dr. Edward Teller. Dr. Edward Teller, along with J. Robert Oppenheimer, they are essentially fathers of atomic weapons. And just a quick story of how uh, Bob Lazar became associated with Edward Teller. Bob Lazar is a very interesting individual. He had built a rocket engine, put a rocket engine in his Honda, and Los Alamos, local Los Alamos um, newspaper had written an article about him. Edward Teller was at Los Alamos Labs at the time to give a speech. Was reading the newspaper. Went up to him or something along those lines and said, "Hey, that article you're reading about me is, or the article you're reading about that car is actually my car." They get to talking, and Edward Teller puts him in touch with which is a defense contractor that eventually hires him on to work at Area 51. He works at Area 51 for not a very long period of time, perhaps less than 2 years or so. But what he's able to learn there is very important. In addition to the information, perhaps on human, uh, the alien manipulation of human DNA, he learns about something known as element 115, which is known as Moscovium or Unpentium, that is used allegedly to power UFOs or alien crafts. I'm talking discs. And he actually has the opportunity to view these discs at Area S4. If you don't know where Area S4 is, it's about 15 or so miles south of Area 51, near the on the Nevada test site, about 100 miles north of Las Vegas. And other things that he learned, Bob learned at Area 51 are things about antimatter, or apologies, anti-gravity. So the ability to manipulate gravity in reverse, essentially, to be able to levitate. All of this type of technology that Bob Lazar experienced, especially in the 1980s, was really science fiction and wasn't being discussed in the mainstream. Since then, because of Bob Lazar's um, uh, contribution to society, these now have become much more mainstream in today's day and age. What happens to Bob Lazar? It's complicated, but basically he takes his friends to the Nevada test site and allows them to see UFOs or craft that are flying at a given time. It happened to be Wednesday at around midnight or 10 p.m. to midnight. The reason why is that's when traffic in the area was the lightest, and he was able to show his friends. They were able to videotape this, and they end up getting caught. They end up the government bosses end up terminating him from his position. He goes on to the local news. That's where George Knapp, still an anchor for Las Vegas, KLAS, I believe it is in Las Vegas. He um, he is able to go under like a shadow, kind of where they distort your voice and everything, but he's able to talk about what he worked on at the Nevada test site. This goes, we didn't have the term viral then, but it goes, for lack of a better word, it goes viral, at least amongst the UFO community, that we have a government whistleblower who's talking about this alien technology. In addition, George Knapp had met Bob Lazar through their mutual friend John Lear. John Lear's father is Bill Lear. He's the man who invented the Learjet, and John Lear is a CIA pilot and one of the most decorated pilots in aviation history. So these are verified, vetted individuals, and eventually that gets us into the 1990s, where there is a major disinformation campaign on Area 51 itself. There are video games that come out as Area 51, Aliens movies that come out, Men in Black comes out, Independence Day comes out. Essentially, this is what's known in ufology as soft disclosure. It's not just this like one day where they show on the news that aliens are here, but it is a slow process that has been coming. We get into the early 2000s with the Tic Tac event that happened um, off the USS Nimitz and essentially off the coast of San Diego, which was documented. And what is that? Basically, a FLIR. It's like a type of camera that is able to see heat, um, and it's used in the military. Was able to capture this event where some type of tic tac UFO was traveling much faster than any conventional aircraft that we know, and was able to make 90-degree turns at speeds that would have killed any kind of human pilots, and caused a lot of confusion to the people who witnessed this. This is not really made public until a New York Times article occurs around the year 2018. But basically, when you have the New York Times and other mainstream um, uh, media organizations starting to take this seriously, we recognize that this soft disclosure is occurring. And then we get into the 2020s where um, President Biden has been asked about these things. President Trump has been asked about these things. In fact, I've heard President Trump perhaps tomorrow may have some kind of briefing on the recent drones that have been seen off the coast of the United States, specifically off of the coast of New Jersey, and have been causing confusion amongst many different people and the populace. And I think this is all, in summary, what's known as soft disclosure. One other event, the event that really changed my mind, and for anyone out there listening, I was the biggest UFO skeptic that you could have had because I thought this was all made up in Hollywood. Until I saw the Disclosure Project. And if you haven't seen the Disclosure Project, it was a press conference organized by Dr. Stephen Greer, May, early May of 2001, where he brought in several dozen, a couple dozen whistleblowers, people who worked for the FAA, people who worked at for like I believe one man's name is Charles Brown. Another person, Dr. Rosen, worked for Werner von Braun, um, the father of American rocketry, where they would talk about perhaps what would happen in the future. There would be soft disclosure. Perhaps there may be some type of like World War III event, and then eventually we may have some type of um, contact, some type of major event with contact. Other whistleblowers talk about in this press conference. They talk about how NASA airbrushes UFOs out of photographs before they make them available to the public. When I saw there were many different whistleblowers, it just wasn't one person, and they had the courage, and all those people who spoke out there who had the courage to do what they did, it convinced me, and it convinced hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions of other people out there that this was a very real, very serious topic, and that we aren't alone, that we need to have this conversation with ourselves, with our governments, with our media in a mature fashion and get to the bottom of what's going on. It's for the good of humanity. It's for the good of all beings in the universe that humans are starting to understand what is occurring. Then, in conclusion to this topic, or at least this initial discussion of it, we get into where we are as humans from a civilization standpoint. So there's something known as the Kardashev scale. There's type 1 civilizations, type 2 civilizations, and type 3 civilizations. Just off the top of my head, we're at like a point 0.7 or so. We have been rated at essentially what kind of civilization we are, meaning that we still aren't a type 1 civilization that can utilize all of the power of its star system. And then basically, like type 2 civilization gets into more advanced ways of harnessing energy, and then type 3 gets into being able to harness all of the energy from from its close galaxies and such. We are still at the infancy of what we are to be as a civilization. So many people think, oh, we're so advanced because we have smartphones and we have, um, advanced diagnostics of human biology and we have genetic manipulation. All of that's really great. But in the big scheme of things, from an intergalactic civilization, we're still very primitive. And with that being said, I am a huge advocate for alien disclosure. I feel it's a topic that isn't discussed enough. It's not taken seriously. Many times it's made into a joke by politicians and people in the media, and it's a very serious subject. And I take it very seriously. And I want you to know, Connor, I very much appreciate you allowing me to take the extra time to be able to discuss it.
Yeah, of course. I think that a lot of serious stuff on all of these things that it's kind of a tricky subject for me to get into. I'm not very good with all this, but I think there's something out there. I just don't know if it's here already with us or if it's above us. You know, like on the moon or something. So that's why, like, my point of view comes in.
But so long as you approach the subject with an open mind, the truth will set you free. The more that you study on the matter, the more evidence you'll find. Eventually, more people who are exposed to this information will have their will be convinced just as I am. And I look forward to a day where this subject can be discussed in mainstream and not be seen as taboo.
Yeah, and I think the government, couldn't hide this stuff from us, but it's sad that they, you know, that they hide it from us. Some people have to come out from the government and say what's really going on,
Agreed.
Yeah, so I wanted to also ask you, um, so have you always been a rabbi, or have you always, you know, Jewish, or like what's your past, what your religion, deal?
Most certainly. I am Jewish. I was born Jewish. I can trace my lineage to my mother, going back to the Bible. My grandmother's grandmother comes from the Zegelmeyer family. Zegelmeyer is a German Yiddish. Zegel is the pet name of Bazazo, the chief architect of the Mishkan, which was like the traveling tabernacle of the Bible. So I have some connection to the Bible that way. Then Meyer is Yiddish, meaning enlightened. Um, I am someone who never planned to be a rabbi, but after some very serious devotion and attendance at synagogue or shul, um, and taking classes for many years, both in Torah, overall general Bible, and Gemara or Talmud. I was encouraged by my peers and other people within my synagogue and my community to study with rabbis. My rabbi as well set me up with some benefit colleagues of his. And during the pandemic, I was able to complete my study with a rabbinical colleague via my colleague was in Israel at the time. And then from there, we had the pandemic that was going on where really people weren't meeting like they normally would, and many even things in synagogue, classes in synagogue were virtual. And I became much more familiar with computers and technology, and felt that there were enough rabbis and learned individuals who could teach people about the Bible and about the Talmud and about kosher living and about family planning and such, and that my I wanted to make my mission to be really have an overall humanist ideology, that we move away from the things that separate us so much between Jews and non-Jews, or men and women, or whatever the divide divisions may be, and have an overall more unifying idea of what religion should be. So I do practice as orthodox a life as I can. I daven every single day. I don tefillin every day. I read from my siddur, my religious books, but generally I do my best to teach on the topics that we've discussed, many of the ideas of life extension and humanist thought. And I think that we're moving towards a day of religious monism, MONISM, where we don't let the small divisions of our religiosity separate us, whether not just within Judaism, but also within the other religions as well. We are all Abrahamic religions, at least in the Western world, being Islam and Christianity. And that means we all have a common source. And I find that it's very beneficial for humans, and specifically we as Jews, to be a light to those nations, to be good examples to them. And thus, as I do my best to be a good person, to be a good rabbi, to teach on a multitude of subjects. But also, I know that there are experts in some fields that have spent their entire lives essentially learning, and so I do my best to provide these types of teachings to my community, whether it's on Jewish history, Jewish lectures, Orthodox living, whatever it may be. And really, I utilize technology, I feel, in a way that many, even modern Orthodox teachers don't do. I feel I could be the absolute best rabbi in the entire world, not because I'm smarter than anybody, not because of my background, but because I have a tool that no other previous rabbis have had, and that's artificial intelligence. I can go to artificial intelligence and ask it any question in the Bible that I want. Like, for instance, how many times is the word honey used in the Bible? You ask any rabbi in the world, they don't know that off the top of their head. They'd either have to count or have a yeshiva count for them, basically, a school take on this project. But because of AI, I have all of this information at the touch of a button, and I'm able to glean as much as I want from it. And thus, I feel that the utilization of AI, specifically in the rabbinical world, gives me a gift that previous rabbis have not had the opportunity to utilize, and I utilize on a daily basis. If I don't know the answer, or I'm not absolutely sure of the answer, I can always consult with a colleague. But in addition to that, I have the ability to use AI and get people answers faster and more accurately than ever before. And that's why I feel that the teachings that I have are really revolutionary. We have had a period of Judaism, different phases of where we are historically. And I traditionally have had, at least from my rabbinical studies, a Hasidic background, but also really which is Orthodox, but also modern Orthodox background. And I think we're moving towards a new future. So I call my teachings postmodern orthodoxy, basically utilizing the traditions of the past with many of the advancements that we have of the future. And I think we're at a really special time of both within Judaism and both within anyone who is religious or even just spiritual, that we have such tools like AI and like the ability to communicate anywhere in the world immediately by using the internet to be able to connect and really learn more in a more accurate, more efficient manner. And I personally do my best to utilize these technologies as best as I can. I don't see them as a replacement for me. I see them as an enhancement.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. For instance,
And
if I may, I am
yeah,
I am a native English speaker, and my Hebrew, while it does exist, it could always be better. Every Israeli's Hebrew could be better. They perhaps should be speaking Yiddish. You never know. Even my Yiddish, even I stream on YouTube and I have Yiddish subtitles. Even that could use some tweaking. But what we have today's day and age that we didn't have a decade ago, and especially not centuries ago, are things like universal translators, where this device allows me to translate into any language, not just Hebrew, not just Yiddish, not just Ladino, but any language that I want instantaneously, which can make me a better communicator than I've ever been before. So if you couldn't hear, what this device does is it translates any language into any language. So previously, when people would maybe perhaps have to spend their entire lives just learning one language, I, because of a device like this, because of technology like AI and universal translation, can become perhaps the most learned speaker in global history. I have people who come into my community on a daily basis, and English isn't their strongest language. And I can be able to communicate to them in their native tongue, unlike any teacher in global history. I just feel that I'm living and we are living at a very special time of society where communication is becoming easier. And I am someone who uses technology to make myself not just a better rabbi, not just a better teacher, but a better overall human.
one second, so I don't want to. Yeah, so that's, people need to use their resources, AI and all that,
Absolutely.
translate whatever from, you know, Spanish to German, French to Italian to English environment, and, a couple minutes, AI, if you know, I think that's awesome. Anyway, I think there's one more question that I
Sure.
have for you. Do you, what is your life mission for you? Like, what do you want to see in your future?
Well, I want to be known as someone who dedicated their lives to peace. I dedicate my life on a daily basis to ending war everywhere in the world. What do I think I have in store for me? Well, it's very positive. go the way that I think. As we speak, I have robots that are currently promoting my channel, promoting my mission on major platforms such as Tik and Twitch, and that causes people to come into my community on a daily basis. I have dozens of different accounts and different discords that allow people to be able to find me, including people who have found me today. I had people find me today from Twitch. I had people find me today from Discord, and that is a regular thing. What is going to happen is someone's going to see what I do, and they're going to be interested in it, no matter whether they think it's interesting in a good way or a bad way. They're going to tell their friends about it. Eventually, it's going to go viral. When that happens, I will be perhaps a spokesperson for peace on a global scale. I may be able to meet with different politicians and diplomats to be able to help to end wars globally. But really, what I want to do is interject the types of words that I've been using in this conversation with you for the greater good. I want people to take alien disclosure seriously. I don't want people to be afraid to be able to discuss antimatter. I don't want people to think that life extension technology may not be possible for them, or even mind uploading technology. While these may be science fiction like discussions they may think, I consider them to be science fact. And overall, I want people to be able to know that they are special no matter where they are. That I think they're special, that I can find goodness in everyone, even the most darkest of people. I don't think that anyone is inherently bad, and that really, with positivity and optimism, we can have a very good life here on Earth, and perhaps be able to travel the stars and number the stars with enough time. And just overall, my mission is one of pacifism and one of general learning. If I were to say what motivates me, it's knowledge of the good. I consider myself a philosopher king, someone who is always trying to learn as much as possible. And I would, the world will be a better place. Really, it's a biblical teaching, but it was true in biblical times as it is today. Treat others the way that you want to be treated. I think that if we do that globally, we'll have a much better future for the upcoming centuries than we had the previous.
Yeah, I think that pretty much sums it up. If you talk yourself out or anything, your social media, whatever you want, say it.
Excellent. Well, if you want to find me, the easiest way is to just type Rabbi Rothschild in quotes uh, and put that into YouTube and filter by live. The key is to filter by live. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. And I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. So I have so many different accounts because I want to be essentially uncancelable. I want to make sure that I have redundant streams for everything that I do. But sometimes it's hard to find me exactly live. If you ever want to find me on YouTube, the best way to do it is just type into YouTube Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live. If you want to talk with me directly, the easiest way is to just come to my Discord. And the easiest address to find me at is discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi. You'll be able to discuss anything you want with me. I have special sections of my Discord where if I'm asleep or something and I can't take your question immediately, you can ask me anything that you want. Just type it there. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. I will take every question seriously. I absolutely do. I appreciate the efforts that people make to be able to discuss things with me. If you want to know more about what I talk about quantum computing, faster than light travel, nuclear energy, thermal energy, mind uploading technology, advanced vitamins, ways to prolong your life, different types of cryptocurrencies that may be of value in the future. The best place to do that is to go to my blog, which is rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. If you don't know how to spell my name, Rabbi, that means teacher, Rothschild, Rothschild blogspot.com. You can find all of the information that I have there. I have basically the world's largest single blog post You can find an AMA about me in there. You can learn my favorite foods, my likes, my dislikes. Overall, I am someone who is an advocate for people. I'm especially an advocate for women. I am someone who is about equality of all people, no matter your race or your gender. And I'm someone who is just an average person who has had perhaps amazing opportunities to be able to impact the world. If you want to go to my Instagram, my main Instagram account is at Rabbi Rothschild. My main TikTok is at Super Rothschild. If you want to engage with me in some other way, you want to collaborate, feel free to do so in my Discord. And again, that's discord.me/rabbi. You can connect with me whenever you want. And Connor, I just want you to know how much I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, to speak with your listeners, and anyone who's out there right now. Maybe your life isn't going really well. You need hope. I'm here to give you hope. I want you to know that I care about you. Even though we haven't met, I look forward to being able to meet you in the future. And when this goes viral, I want to be like a Robin Hood to the world. I want to give to the people who deserve it the most. I want to help people in the developing world. I want to help people who never thought they would be able to get out of poverty. And overall, I have a very optimistic message, and I want to spread positivity and love to everyone in the world.
Perfect. Thank you so much for allowing me to be with you. This is fun.
Thank you so much, Connor. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak with you. And thank you to your audience for listening to this. If anybody wants to connect with me, you know how to do it. And I just want to say peace to everyone.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. That was a lot of. Yeah. I think I'll upload it. I'll unedit it so it's like raw and all that, so they can hear everything you said.
Excellent.
I'll be uploading it after we get off the computer, and I'll send it to you if you want to listen to it or whatever.
Absolutely. Connor, this was really fun. Thank you so much. I want you to know that you are an excellent interviewer. You gave me the opportunity to talk about all of the subjects that I had, and I know that I can talk about them at length many times. So just know how much I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with you. And if you ever need anything from me, I'm here to help you. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Excellent. You take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Hope you like that one, folks. Welcome, welcome. How are you, Anton? Hello. Hope you're having a good day.
gonna tell you, I see, I did come up here with a lot of swagger. You are a common innocent. I want you to know that. As you can do it, and I want you to enjoy do it, and you're going to go a lot further if you internet testing has to go through. I personally am sick of all that noise. I want everything that makes me want to fucking government to do right. The world is everything else that they can do right, they all that. I don't want to hear that you're fucking digging in. Oh my God, the penis around. I just pray that people come in here show you that is true and you'll make it well really excruciatingly funny. Tear the walls down to and her inner fight hilarious. I mean, why the one guy already good? Okay, first that's a every all of no, love Mormons. No, I'm a Jew. I'm a Jew from wait, it was I'm with like a all this Mormon only and it's very very around it. Sure, no, you know, but I gotta get this. Full market, one of the most great one. Love it. Okay, there let's do it. Soul. Someone is I know, okay, we're all a little bit. Nara or Andra or you're it's for Louis. The boy so I don't my this morning my good players. That's my fourth building. Oh yeah.
the world the most are they world for men? Funny, they're very young, and so likable, like up, and so just keep doing it. And good luck here in Austin. You're getting tail blaster. Look at that. That worth another $100. Let's do it. We got another regular, another special treat for all of you. How many of you have been fans of the show for a long time? You probably know what's one of the great writers, one of the great roasters. This is still so everybody. Oh my! The girl. Another that is incredible. A great material. Always they're more confident talking about shit that only you talk about. That's for example, entire career out of truly talking, truly original. Here you are, black guy, white neighborhoods, all right. Leave it to try to find your mom.
So that's why I love you. Wow, look. Oh my, what did I say? Horrible. Tell me, you don't lie on your. Oh, you did. I made it up. Well, God bless you. Are we bored? No. Well, then, no. Listen, no. Don't figure that you can't. Nothing. Because that we can't. Gotta all get there and fight. Because all of us. Come on now. I love it. You oh, you get on one of the great. Catch him on the board. Hey, plug it. Make sure you in the Las Vegas. Yeah. Vegas. Kick off guy. One more time for him. Here, do it tonight, everybody. We're going to podcast. Your name is Jet P. No. Well, P. No, it's wait all night.
Okay.
You're just brave.
Literally,
Level of self is like number one level of it's just
secret goes there in here, fucking ready. Our ears off no matter what. That is what do you want to bring like best thing ever asked for. We've been given our entire 2.5 years clean internet around the world. Present has to tell you that is 4 months. So time it is for there. I think what when go fucking about it. Roseanne motherfucking bar.
on top of that when you're both I'm gonna help you
Alright, that's everybody. There she goes. Pretty one of these people just there you go. Here's some blaster on the way out. Is ready to put a ribbon on the thing or what? There's only there it is. And more anyone who has all of the vanilla gorilla. The video lights out Montgomery. For president, I am for the golf tournament. Broad farther the guy Tiger guy everybody Tiger but great. Now I literally blood dripping down my fucking inner thigh right now, but it's so great person XFL. At the Seattle Sea Drag down on Baltimore yeah. Fire and prep, wrist boards, prime time. Wait, it's prime time. Battle Hawks totally derailed the Palestine headache. Why are we talking so much strange match Palestine? Europe and the have been fighting for thousands of years. Why are we so worked up with strange Palestine right now? We're the empire. Period. Fucking wow. Wow. What a work of art. News covered in a minute and 30 seconds. Incredible. Then you started every show that time. Going and fun. Shoot for the drafts. Never watched anybody. Incredible to see. What's going on? Telegram now. All day as you're doing normal, not yeah, correct. Have to get off. Literally, my no one only post about it. Sunglasses on. It's not cold. It's on your. It doesn't matter where the wind is. Holy soul. That's all I ever. Your butt is. It is very bizarre. Being an agent there. Something. That's so good. Again, it's like, why do you about it?
associated with this weather balloon that basically you now there were many governmental institutions that were started right around 1947 and 1959, including the CIA, National Security Administration, Project Bunch, many classified government entities started around this time, which may have been related to now first at Rothschild and to lead into through different technology. So the technology that may have been from from Rothschild, like the computer transistor, or things like microwave technology, perhaps project are perhaps things that we currently human development from for the last 2,000 years up until around World War II, it really not as didn't develop as quickly. Sure, the Industrial Revolution had a major part in this, but really it was horse and buggy, whether it was a chariot or getting to um, the carriage for thousands of years. It was very similar, except once we start getting into the 20th century and perhaps some of this technology had first engineered for the purpose of improving human life in exchange for some agreements. Now, if you've ever heard, I believe it's called the Granada Treaty or something along those lines, there was allegedly a meeting between President Dwight D. Eisenhower, the fourth president of the United States, who took office in 1952, um, allegedly in 1954 or around 1954. Anything that I say, I'm just going off of memory, so my numbers may be a little off here, but allegedly around 1954 at Edward Air Force Base in California, and also perhaps at another Air Force base, in addition to another Air Force base in New Mexico, there was a treaty that was drafted and signed between the United States government and the alien beings that we would be able to utilize the technology that was gleaned from these crashes in exchange for the alien abducted program. So, if you're not aware, the people in today's day and age, it happens every single day, are people who are abducted, and some people are perhaps allegedly impregnated, or they have spermatozoa removed from them, they have overage them. This is where the idea of growth comes into play. But the first major alien abduction took place in the 1960s with Betty and Barney Hill. What's really interesting about their case happened in New Hampshire, and they were an interracial couple, which is very rare. And essentially, they were driving home in New Mexico when they saw a light, and they experienced, while driving the car, they saw a light, and they experienced a period of missing time. And this period of missing time is something that many alien abductees experience. And what occurs many times is that they are taken from their location, perhaps brought into a craft, experiments are done on them, and then they are put back in their original location. Usually, sometimes they're found far from their location. Sometimes their clothes aren't put on correctly, or their buttons aren't correct. but there is a period of missing time, and many times they have some type of mind or memory erasure that they don't actually remember what happened to them, and then it causes them confusion, it causes them fear. What has been utilized to be able to get some of these repressed memories is um, a form of hypnosis that is completed with a professional that many times allows them to understand what happened to them using this types of memory regression techniques. So, but alien abductions have been happening perhaps going back to antiquity or even before. Just like we tag animals when we do biological experiments on them, and we sometimes put a some type of RFID chip in them or something like that. Aliens do the same to us. So that leads me to the next element of this, which is Dr. Roger Muir was a doctor who did at least 20 different surgeries on alien abductees. That they had implants in their body. Some of the major places for implants are right here in the hand, sometimes the base of their neck. But essentially, these once the alien implants have been removed, they're like little Tic Tacs and candies. These Tic Tacs are found to have non-earth metals. So this isn't just a story, but actual hard evidence of something that's not from Earth that has been implanted in individuals. With that, moving into the past the 40s in Roswell, past the 50s and the treaties, perhaps past the 60s and the alien abduction, which all of this continues. We move into the 70s and really disinformation campaigns that had been occurring but continue to occur. There's the Men in Black phenomenon that occurs shortly after Roswell, where basically government people would come around and tell people to not speak out about many of the experiences that they have. What really gets interesting is into the 1980s, and who I mentioned earlier, named Bob Lazar. The reason why Bob Lazar is fascinating, he worked at Los Alamos Labs in New Mexico and was permitted to work at Area S for by a man named Dr. Keller's. Just a quick story of how Bob Lazar became associated with Edward Teller. Bob Lazar is a very interesting individual. He had built a rocket engine, put a rocket engine in his Honda, and the local Los Alamos newspaper had written an article about him. Edward Teller was at Los Alamos Labs at the time to give a speech. Was reading the newspaper. Went up to him or something along those lines and said, "Hey, you know that article you're reading about me is, or the article you're reading about that car is actually my car." They get to talking, and Edward Teller puts him in touch with EG&G, which is a defense contractor that eventually hires him on to work at Area 51. He works at Area 51 for not a very long period of time, perhaps less than 2 years or so. But what he's able to learn there is very important. In addition to the information, perhaps on human, the alien manipulation of human DNA, he learns about something known as element 115, which is known as Moscovium or Unut Pentium, that is used allegedly to power UFOs, alien craft. I'm talking discs. And he actually has the opportunity to view these discs at Area S4. If you don't know where Area S4 is, about 15 or so miles south of Area 51, near the Nevada test site, just about 100 miles north of Las Vegas. And other things that he learned, Bob Lazar learned at Area 51 are things about antimatter, or apologies, anti-gravity. So the ability to manipulate gravity in reverse, essentially, to be able to levitate. All of this type of technology that Bob Lazar experienced, especially in the 1980s, was really science fiction and wasn't being discussed in the mainstream. Since then, because of Bob Lazar's contributions to society, these now have become much more mainstream in his daily. What happens to Bob Lazar? It's complicated, but basically he takes his friends to the beta test site and allows them to see UFOs or craft that are flying at a given time. It would happen to be Wednesday at around midnight or 10 p.m. to midnight. Reason why is that's when traffic in the area was the lightest, and he was able to show his friends, and they were able to videotape this, and they ended up getting caught. They ended up the bosses ended up terminating him from his position. He goes on to the local news. That's where George Knapp, still an anchor for Las Vegas, KLAS, I believe it is in Las Vegas. He is able to go under like a shadow, kind of where they distort your voice and everything, but he's able to talk about what he worked on at the Nevada test site. This goes, we didn't have the term viral then, but it goes, the lack of a better word, it goes viral, at least amongst the UFO community, that we have a government whistleblower who's talking about this alien technology. In addition, George had met Bob Lazar through their mutual friend John Lear. John Lear's father is Bill Lear. He's the man who invented the Lear jet, and John Lear was a CIA pilot and one of the most decorated pilots in aviation history. So these are verified, vetted, and eventually that gets us to the 1990s, where there is a major disinformation campaign on Area 51 itself. Video games that come out as Area 51, Aliens movies that come out, Men in Black comes out, Independence Day comes out. Essentially, this is what's known in ufology as soft disclosure. It's not just this like one day where they show on the news that aliens are here. It is a slow process that has been coming. We get into the early 2000s with the Tic Tac event that happened off the USS Nimitz and essentially off the coast of San Diego, which was documented. And what is that? Basically, a FLIR, it's like a type of camera that is able to see heat. It's used in the military. Was able to capture this event where some type of Tic Tac UFO was traveling much faster than any conventional aircraft that we know, and that were kind of in pilots, and caused a lot of confusion to people who witnessed this. This is not really made too public until the New York Times article occurs around the year 2018. But basically, when you have the New York Times and other mainstream media organizations starting to take this seriously, we recognize that the soft disclosure is occurring. And then we get into 2020s where President Biden has been asked about these things. President Trump has been asked about these things. In fact, I've heard President Trump perhaps may have some kind of briefing on the recent drones that have been seen off the coast of the United States, off of the coast of New Jersey, and have been causing confusion amongst many different people and the populace. And I think this is all, in summary, what's known as soft disclosure. One other event, the event that really changed my mind, and for anyone out there listening, I was the biggest UFO skeptic that you could have had because I thought this was all made up in Hollywood. Until I saw the Disclosure Project, and if you haven't seen the Disclosure Project, was a press conference organized by Dr. Stephen Greer, early May of 2001, where he brought in couple dozen whistleblowers, people who worked for the FAA, people who worked at, like I believe one man's name is Charles Brown. Another person, Dr. Rosen, worked for Werner von Braun, the father of American rocketry. talk about perhaps what would happen in the future. There would be soft disclosure. Perhaps there may be some type of like World War III event, and then eventually we may have some type of um, contact, some type of major event with contact. Other whistleblowers talk about in this press conference, they talk about how NASA airbrushes UFOs out of photographs when they make them available to the public. When I saw there were many different whistleblowers, it just wasn't one person, and they had the courage, and all those people spoke out there, but the courage to do what they did, it convinced me, and it convinced hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions of other people out there that this was a very real, very serious topic, and that we aren't alone, that we need to have this conversation with ourselves, with our governments, with our media, in a mature fashion, and get to the bottom of what's going on. It's for humanity, it's for the good of all beings in the universe that are starting to understand what is occurring. And then, in conclusion to this topic, or at least this initial discussion of it, we get into where we are as humans from a civilization standpoint. There's something known as the Kardashev scale. There's type 1 civilizations, type 2 civilizations, and type 3 civilizations. Just off the top of my head, we're at like a point 0.7 or so. We have been graded at essentially what kind of civilization we are, meaning that we still aren't a type 1 civilization that can utilize the power of its star system. Basically, like type 2 civilization gets into more advanced ways of harnessing energy, and then type 3 gets into being able to harness the energy from like from close galaxies and such. We are still at the infancy of what we are to be as a civilization. So many people think, oh, we're so advanced. We have smartphones. We have, um, advanced diagnostics of human biology, and we have genetic manipulation. All of that's really great. In the big scheme of things, from an intergalactic civilization, we're still very. And with that being said, I'm a huge advocate for alien disclosure. I feel it's a topic that is discussed enough. It's not taken seriously. Anytime it's made into a joke by politicians, it's a very serious, and I take it very seriously. I want you to know, Connor, I very much appreciate you to take the extra time to discuss it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think what all the secrets behind all these things that it's kind of a tricky for religion, not very different. But I think there is I just don't know if it's here already or if it's above us, you know, like on the moon or something. So that's where like my view comes in.
So long as you approach the subject with an open mind, which it sounds like you do, the truth will set you free. The more that you study on the matter, the more evidence you'll find. Eventually, the more people are exposed to this information, they'll be convinced just as I am. And Let me go.
most recent year at first performing as defending Golden Ticket winner. New Bill Tony royalty. This is third kill. Number from Canada. We've been in a while. Of the universe, American. Now we have he did. He made it still funny to come out of the one. Want to be American. Oh, although we right. You American now. Fuck American. This is the real American fucking free speech and wow. Now that
What? Favorite? Yeah. Like all the nice shirt. I can't. The bunny.
Is something happening? Hi guys, can you hear me?
There you go. like a cocaine. That or all. Those always. Okay. I think we got there. Look at that. Been quiet all night. Back like a pretty girl at the party that gets the dog. Yeah. I bet you pillow princess. What's a pillow princess? But they just lay there and fucking sweat. No, I know you. I honestly wanted you to dance with me, but yeah, no, live. I will. Perfect. Better. Eileen Arnold, first female serial killer ever. Arnold. So, not that much, still there. They're on perfect ball. The ball. Back. Put him kill her I have money in enough. Okay. Okay. Little just book to get. No, but what if you know what? Buddy, I'm fucking cool. I don't want to watch. I did watch. We did have in a group of friends hung out days ago at local coffee shops, and a guy asked the rag Windex. I walking whack before it. They laughed, and I'm like, even right. I we're hanging out later. Go outside. This is rough. Or no, they really did this. Running drugs. One thing yeah, why have that? So yeah, I love it. I bought cocaine. Like it. Why? Or I bought the internet. Plus, oh, okay. But I'm trying to yeah. That's like a catchphrase. Commit. Respect. Try process. What'd you say? Man. Now making fun of it.
What's going on, Atomic? Hello. How's your day going?
Pretty good.
Excellent. How old are you, Atomic?
16.
You got to be 18 to be in here, buddy. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Yo, dog, dog, you gotta leave. I don't want to have to ban you.
I was actually kicking for a while.
So I don't have any control over that. Take care, big dog. See ya.
Okay.
And I have started calling her again. I've lost a lot of money. Was serious. What have I been? Hey, no, you're kidding, right? No, you're kidding, right? I mean, never know. Never would have just in a plan. Literally, past 5 years. I think it's terrible. Like a sheet or something. You guys have it as a try to get over the bed. No, it's not. Oh, I swear to God. I this random thing about it. How much hurt? Yeah. And is it just random? What else? You guys try. Hey, no, not this. The sets were good. It was like go to sleep last night. Just right now. Exactly. Here's the part is probably. Oh, really? Horrible. I didn't tell you. Horrible. The bus was great for them. Gonna break the one. All the life. We're open. Free our best body. Go on. Go in your heart. Out of life. Dead. I just gotta sleep. But it's hard. I don't know what. Lost a little. Girl. Love it here in Austin. Why? Cool. Cool. Let him or next year. Like that's what social so much cares. Like the upper. That's what hey guys. Tony, dude. For me. Weekend, right? A couple grams. Oh, okay. Yeah. And the hard stuff. Hard stuff. Girlfriend. Friend levels about this every. Is she? It's a flip fun, but we like Whataburger and most. Yeah. No. And you guys very always. I was a little insecure this weekend. Tell us about that. I was like, hey, come downtown. Then my words and tried poison at any point, but I can't. And Get around Rogan Club. On where would you where would I want to contact and tell them that monkeypox. Holy incredible. How much have all years always start every terrible. Heard it like it. Heard it quick. Where I was already roll around. Don't call alcohol. Oh, I love parents drink. Oh no. Everybody, absolutely unbearable. Not for everybody. Very, very for those. Oh, he's personal. Oh, he's autistic. Oh, there's something. Well, my friend, I'm right now about to introduce literally fucking retarded. I'm about to destroy ticket winner from Toronto, Canada. One and only Darren Miller. You may notice I've trouble. But it's ex-wife told me that she wanted to late, that whole band. I know, right? But that was the hardest, and it is. It's the hardest thing in my life because, I mean, obviously, hopefully, I don't have anything hard. Feeling of knowing that somebody that you love, you thought you were going to spend the rest of your life with, telling you that they no longer. It's horrible. First losing. It makes you feel worthless. I think. Yeah, I felt my entire life. What do I do now? So that was the hardest thing. Now look at me. Fucking burden on everybody. And ask questions about kind of code. Great. But then you could be on the street and Jack was nice. Yeah, thank you. I like it. Thank you.